microphone check. Alright, that should be better. Please review the development environment running on local station 1 on port 8444. Review its current status and prepare for a discussion. Please start the local development environment for the macOS app. Please launch Tari. Please start the local development environment on the macOS. Launch Tari. Also run the iOS simulator so we can test both iOS and macOS. Please review the Consortium project and prepare to make UI UX changes to the application. Check, check. Alright, it would actually help if I would authenticate with Claude, so let me do that. Because I already used one subscription today, this morning, so I have to switch to another one. Let's see how long I got on this. Alright, 0% used. Open up a new terminal. Claude, auth, log out. Successfully logged out. Claude, auth, log in. Sign in again. Continue. Which one is it? Authorize. Alright, bam, authenticated. Please continue with the original prompt now that we're authenticated. Please continue with the original prompt now that we're authenticated. Please prepare to review the Consortium UI UX and prepare for a technical discussion. We want to make changes to the user experience. I'll walk through all of them with you, do your own overview, and identify any potential issues that you see and prepare to discuss them with me. Please review all of the work that we were doing with the CI/CD deployment pipeline and all of the changes that we were making to the public source available repository. Please review all of the changes made to the CI/CD deployment pipeline in the Consortium project in Documents Vibeathon Consortium. In the workspaces, please review how the panels actually scale. We need to make it more responsive. The zoom functionality is unintuitive. Please think about it from first principles to make the workspace as responsive as possible, both on desktop and mobile viewports. We also want to ensure we have a mobile-first design. Please review this and prepare for technical discussion. Please review all of the recent changes to the workspace persistence, prepare for discussion, simply explain all of the changes made in the recent commits, and prepare for technical discussion on where we're at and where we need to be. Alright, let's review the CI/CD pipeline so we can actually get production deployment that can be downloaded on every device. So Consortium dev as it stands. We also need to review the key management. Alright, we have the iOS simulator up, the dev environment starting. Next, the desktop should be deploying. Test the desktop version. Alright, so here's the iOS app. Please list these out in simple bullet points. Also provide the link to the new repository so we can review all of the updated documentation. So we are also getting Consortium ready to release on GitHub. It's about 3 months out of date on the official repo, so here I'm making a pre-release and getting it ready to open source because we've made a lot of changes since. It's been about 6 months, and we've actually really overhauled the cryptography. Like for example, we've implemented RFC 9420, so this gives us encrypted group messaging, so we can have real-time, end-to-end encrypted group collaboration in real time with your agents. Yeah, there's a lot going on, but we got a lot of work to do, so you'll just see it in real time. Please orchestrate a team of agents to do a final audit pass on this implementation, identify any potential issues, also implement regression testing so we don't have to worry about any of these issues occurring further in the development lifecycle. On the bottom nav bar, on the mobile viewport sizes, please make it so that sessions and machines are the only two tabs on the bottom by default. Please also create a setting in the settings menu to disable the bottom nav bar and design a mobile responsive sidebar so the user has the option to choose between a bottom nav bar, which is going to be set by default, or set it to a side nav bar following the existing sidebar overhauled for mobile responsiveness. Please review this, propose a plan for my approval. Thank you. Please review the entire key management system, both on a technical aspect in the back end, and then work through it end to end as an end user would. Consider all of the rough edges through the login flow, account creation, and key management and the user experience, and then prepare for a discussion. We're going to make some changes. Please be critical, do a thorough audit, and identify any concerns you might have, and then we will discuss. Go ahead and write the entire technical documentation for this feature, propose a plan, and also think deeply about how to orchestrate a team of agents to complete this. Propose it to me for approval, and then we will proceed. please review why the desktop application isn't properly loading. I get the following error message. Alright, so here is yeah, so one thing about streaming on the Mac and maxing the Mac out at the same time is that it constantly freezes the stream. Alright, so here's the desktop application. Let's check the login flow. That's not what we want. Not now. Looks good. Yep, that's right. Sure, why not? Alright, I have a keyboard, mouse, and microphone. I'll just sit in my lap. Alright. Microphone check 1 2. Alright, no, there's no audio throughput to the iOS simulator. Okay, this was working like 30 seconds ago. Still should be working. Force refresh, nope. Put this in light mode so I can see it better. Yeah, light mode is actually very useful if you're outdoors. There's no way you can use dark mode with the sun glaring on the screen. Yo, what up, legend? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Right now we're just working on Consortium, making sure it's super sweet, so users have a really good user. Oh no. Alright, my microphone cuts out if I wiggle the cable wrong. Not do that. But yeah, we're just working on Consortium, making the user experience sweet. And most importantly, making sure that we can get it on all the other clients as well. So we're working on the iOS, web, and desktop all at the same time, which I just closed the desktop because it wasn't working. Please restart the desktop deployment and ensure it's actually running. Alright, and my stream is actually frozen right now because I'm maxing out this Mac Mini. Because I think it's the way that it allocates RAM, and it just stops, so I have to manually restart the stream, so now you can actually see. So here's the iOS app. Here's Consortium in production that I'm actually using to develop Consortium right now. Here's the development environment, and we're starting up the desktop right now. It's actually a lot for this little Mac to handle, but it does it all while streaming too. It's 16 gigs. But alright, now that we have this, let's see, let me actually log in. This should be the same development environment. Alright, it's not, but that's fine. It's working properly now. Please make it so when you click the login button on the top right, that it properly takes you to the login page instead of having the pop-up login modal. And I think every once in a while, let's see. Let's check on the machine. Yep, 100% CPU, 85% RAM usage. It's cranking it. I'm going to minimize these because we really just want to make some UI changes. One of them being responsive panel design. Approved. What's wave 5 though? I guess we'll figure out when we get there. some turkeys out there. I don't know if you heard them. Oh, there's a whole flock of turkeys that come around quite often. I think they're making their way back out into the woods. Back to it. Just had to check a couple messages on my phone. Alright, so we have the workspace responsiveness overhaul underway. So like for example, if I make a new workspace, do a 6-panel, every time I go and I open a session, it's not as responsive as I would like, so we're working on that. And then otherwise, like the actual organization of these panels, like, okay, so here's this is an example of what I'm talking about with the responsive issues, or issues with responsiveness. Also optimizing the panel movement. So another thing is when I go and I highlight, as I'm dragging, it's highlighting everything. It's another issue we're working on. But yeah, that does not look good. So we're working on that. Let me go back to the actual workspace we're working in. Oh, I think my stream froze. Yep, it did. There it goes. Yo, what up, my languages? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Please document all of these findings, create a detailed implementation plan on how to orchestrate a team of agents to address all of these issues, propose the entire plan in simple bullet points, and then prepare for a discussion for my approval. Please review the issues with the SDK build and the dev migrations, and then explain them to me in simple bullet points so we can address them accordingly. What's the status on this implementation? Alright, let's take a look at our pre-release repository. I think it's done a pretty good job at documenting everything. Gonna have to read through it a time or two and make sure it clearly conveys everything. Like, for example, getting started, how easy is it to get started? Yep, npm install, run your agent, just run Consortium, Consortium connect. Yep, documentation looks good. Keep it simple. Like, all I need to do is install this and run Consortium, and then it'll ask you to authenticate and you're good to go. Self-hosting, let's see. I just realized I'm streaming right now, but I really need to be streaming on X too, so that is a urgent question that I have. Yeah, my Mac Mini is getting really bogged down. Alright. Please review our current stream configuration and determine how we can broadcast on X as well. Oops. Please review our current stream configuration and determine how we can broadcast on X, live stream, and YouTube live stream at the same time. Alright. Come back to that in a second. We gotta keep these sessions going. Repository looks good to me. Audit the current CI/CD pipeline and prepare for a discussion. Please determine where we are at and where we need to be. It should have context from the previous discussions that we've had saved in memory, so. Alright, this should be the mobile sidebar, so now if I go here and I go to the settings, please create a preferences setting button on the settings page and create a detailed preferences page so that a user can configure all of their preferences. Think deeply about all of the customizations and configurations that we can provide within the application with our current functionality and include them in that preferences settings page. Propose the plan to me for my approval. And then after that, we need to consolidate the access and sign-in buttons into the security and backup settings. We need to remove the access and sign-in section altogether and consolidate all of the connection, authentication, security, and backup all into one settings page. Please think from first principles on how to make this a streamline and seamless experience for all of the functionality included with those settings. Please give me a status update on this workflow. Yo, what's up, OF? Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping by. We're just working on Consortium right now. We're making it sweet, so just working on the user experience. I pushed the production update, so it should work for you now. You should be able to make that key. I did notice a few things that are still rough around the edges, like for if it says your session is still encrypted, it means you lost your key and you ought to regenerate it. But yeah, just working on stuff. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Please proceed with this implementation. Actually, yep, approve as written. Start. man, I'm getting overloaded. Oh no. My computer might actually crash. Heck yeah, from a ESP32 with a touchscreen, that's pretty sweet. And then, how are you actually connecting it to your harness? Like, what's that running on? At some point along this journey, I want to start getting into encrypted mesh communication on the actual physical layer, and the ability to, you know, actually interoperate all of your different machines across different communication mediums securely on your own sovereign network. Heck yeah. And how are you accessing it? Just like SSH? Like giving the agent SSH access? Please explain to me D2 and D3. Break it down into simple bullet points for me to understand. Keep it simple, stupid. You can only have so much context yourself. Alright, this workflow's running, this workflow's running. One thing I do want to fix is so that the way that Opus and Fable do the agent orchestration now, we want to be able to see all of these sub-agents that are actually spinning up and watch them in real time through the UI. Because like right now, it doesn't even show any indication that the workflow is running. So that's one thing we want to do. I'm reluctant to open any other sessions because if we look at our machine, let's see, machine, Consortium Mini 2, CPU's maxed out. I'm streaming on this thing, and we're at 70, 80% usage. Be careful with your Cloudflare tunnel. I would actually recommend to use Tailscale instead of a Cloudflare tunnel. Yeah, definitely set up Tailscale. It's super easy. It's a nice mesh VPN. You install it on any device and you just authenticate with like OAuth or something, and then you're instantly connected. Yeah, I always try and compartmentalize. Like privacy, I'm really privacy and security conscious. Like when I first got into making web applications and hosting websites, I was setting up an Apache server, and I had just port forwarded port 80 and 443 on my local network. And then I came back the next day and I was looking at all the logs, and I saw hundreds and hundreds of people attempting to access my local network through those ports, and I was like, holy crap, I am never going to do that ever again until I actually know what I'm doing. It's like a decade ago, but still, it's like yeah, when you put something out there, you have no idea who's gonna touch it, what they're gonna do with it. Um, like pretty much every project that I've put up on the internet, when you actually go and you look at the logs, you'll see how many people are trying to brute force their way into it, creating automated accounts, testing and probing every single aspect. Um, like on one of my projects, I had somebody uh, reach out to me and be like, "Hey, I accessed your Supabase." And on some project that I vibe coded just to throw up in a weekend, and I showed off to some people, and they're like, "Yeah, man, your database is open. Your RLS isn't there." So yeah, see, as long as you're considering these things, you should be okay. But people get into trouble when they don't consider these things. So, yo, what up? Amin, good to see you. What is this app? This is Consortium. This is the agentic development environment that I'm working on. There are many like it, but this one is mine. And it allows you to connect to all of your different machines, orchestrate your infrastructure and your entire agentic environment, manage storage, workspaces, your projects, all of your agent harnesses, um, from any device securely and encrypted. So, yeah, so um, one of the benefits of the consortium daemon. So, when I first got into remote access and I wanted to get away from my desk and still be able to work on my machines, you would get a VPN server. At the time, I was setting up a VPN server and opening the port and configuring a VPN server, and then getting the client both on all the devices that I wanted, so both on my mobile and my desktop, connect to both of them, make sure they're running, and then download like Terminus or Termius or some shell, some mobile shell that really, when you start actually trying to interact with Claude on that tiny little mobile interface for a terminal, it's kind of miserable. And when I was using it, the moment you put the phone in your pocket, it disconnects the connection. So you have to re-authenticate. So every 5 minutes, I would find myself pulling my phone back out and going through a whole 60-second authentication loop. And now I can just pull up my phone and access all of my machines anywhere, all of my agents. They notify me as they're doing stuff. And yeah, it's pretty sweet. I have been looking around, and I haven't been keeping up with the agentic development environment space, but a lot of people have been making some pretty sweet features. Um, and yeah, just seeing people solve their own problems and what they come up with is crazy. And that goes back to the analogy of the machine shop during the Industrial Revolution. Like how people just take mechanisms and incorporate different mechanisms into their machines to solve their needs. Yeah, one feature that Consortium had early on in the beginning was the ability to talk. It's disabled now because I'm changing the monetization and the way that it's actually structured. But there was a project manager agent that you could talk to conversationally. Let me see. Is it disabled? Let me open a session. The voice assistant, it's actually still there, um, but yeah, nonetheless, the ability to be able to that's something we gotta work on, but we'll save that for later. But the ability to actually talk to an agent, like conversationally in real time. Like if you've used the ChatGPT voice or Grok voice or any of the real time voice where it feels like you're actually talking to um, a person. Like the only limitation that I see with that right now is the ability to interact with like agentically, because right now it's just conversational for ChatGPT and Grok. But the moment you can tap into an MCP connector or use it conversationally, that's where the real value add is. And I've had that functionality with this project assistant, this voice assistant, for the last 6 months now. Let me go ahead and get a prompt going, and we'll actually get back to that because it's a pretty big feature. It gives you hands-off accessibility. So, like, if you're driving down the road in your car and you have your headphones in, you're over the ear, or you're walking around in public, yeah, you can just have a conversation with your AI, and that AI can orchestrate all of your other agents too. Yo, what up, Kerr? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Please review the current implementation of the voice agent. Prepare for a technical discussion. Yeah, you should drop a picture of that ESP in the Discord. I'd like to see it. It'd be cool. Yeah, I want to. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I want to start getting into hardware. Really, all of this software stuff is just a means to the end because I want to start getting into hardware, and my emphasis is going to be on hardware. That's the end goal. Because like right now, AI is manifesting in the digital domain, but it is slowly working its way into the physical domain. And really, that's when things are going to start getting crazy. So pretty soon here, I'm gonna have a little shop set up, and I'm gonna have a stream set up in the shop, and we're gonna start making some real hardware. Yeah, I used to be that way about finding a name and a domain, but um, it's so easy just to throw stuff out there. You might as well. Cause like nope. So I'm at the point where I can like throw out ideas faster than I can come up with the names for them. So like I'll have an idea and then I'll spend more time thinking about the naming and the branding. Like if we go to my website BWallXYZ, which is unfinished, but like we go to my projects tab, I actually put quite a bit of time into the way that I name my projects and I think about the branding for them. Like Consortium, for example, like the whole point of Consortium is to be um, a tool to bring people together to work as efficiently as possible. And really, my ideas with this have been evolving over the last 3 years. Like I've elaborated on a previous stream, like my software development experience and like going to open source instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. And now we're at a point where we can make anything in like a day. Any project you can imagine, you can make it a day. But yeah, like Consortium, bringing people together to achieve a common end goal. Omnify Studio, agent video editor. Website looks terrible, but I don't feel like logging in right now. Might as well. Like, here's another project I made in a weekend, if I can type. So, Omnify is my content generation system. Sorry, trying to type in. Guess I gotta sign up. I already did. User already exists. Cool. Alright, yeah, so it's like brand management was kind of my idea. So you can attach all your social medias, go to your brand, here's your dashboard, you can make new projects. Project, new project. And then video editor, AI edit, so generate a video for the scene. I don't have open router configured. Anyways, lots of projects, but maybe you should just focus on one. Not you, but me, or in principle in general. Rally.place. Say, this is like, I don't have the database up for this, otherwise I'd show it off. These are all things that we are going to work on together in the future on the stream, but really finishing Consortium is the primary objective for the month. Getting that out to the market and then coming back to all of these other ideas that I have. Once I get Rally back up and running, it's essentially a Twitter clone that is heavily emphasized on communities, but then it also has like, I don't know, it's like a mix between Twitter and Roblox, because you also have the ability to create games, like web games, and you can share them with each other, and then it's integrated into Discord, so you can like play Discord activities with each other. And then it has community management built into it, so you can link it to your Discord and manage your entire Discord from within Rally. Source directory is just a directory of open source projects, and the monetization scheme here is that oh wow, yeah, I really want Sterling PDF. PDF is pretty sweet. Let me host it with a one-click deployment. $2. It's not bad. Actually, I don't know why it's not showing the monetization on here. But yeah, this was like a 30-minute project. Just make a directory. I got the domain source.directory. System.exposed is another one. I don't think I have it up. No, I don't. But the intent with system.exposed is to be a cybersecurity newsletter keeping up with all of the latest things in cybersecurity, because there's everything is, it's unraveling amongst us. Like Project Mythos is a shining example of that. The fact that they found thousands of 0 days on pretty much the entire foundation of the internet that everyone uses. There's 0 days and backdoors. So what do? You give all of these institutions access to the latest and greatest model so that they can harden it before they release it to bad actors, before the bad actors get to it. And really, it's always just going to be a game of cat and mouse with cybersecurity. You're going to have whoever the... Is it working now? Hello? Hey, I'm having connection issues, everyone. Please bear with me. I think I'm on my really crappy Wi-Fi, so I gotta fix my wired connection. Bear with me. I'll be right back. Am I back? Yeah, I'm back, but my network is not. Alright, I'm gonna reboot the switch. Wish me luck. Oh yeah, look, here's Indie Print. Okay, I imagine my network is super poor right now. Everything is exactly the same. The network switch is running. It's properly powered. I unplugged it and plugged it back in. I don't understand why my Mac Mini isn't detecting the Ethernet. New session. New session. Please review the networking on the Mac Mini. It's connected to Ethernet. Everything should be functioning as expected. Review the network ports on the Mac Mini. And prepare for her discussion. I don't know. also have one of these. If I need to bust one of these out, I can. Starlink. I haven't hooked it up yet. I've been waiting. I used it a long time ago, the Starlink. It's pretty sweet. Like, you can put it in the back of your car and go 70 miles an hour down the road and still have like 200 down. It's pretty crazy. I don't know how my video quality is coming through on the other end, but I'm working on it, guys. I already did the first step in IT troubleshooting, which is, you know, turn it off and turn it back on again. So, Claude, I need more insight. What happened to my networking on my Mac? Alright, let's check the current implementation of the voice that we were talking about a moment ago, now that the report's done. Voice agent review. First off, this is the wrong folder. Please move the duplicate Consortium repo in Documents Consortium to the external portable drive. The only Consortium repository that should be in Documents is Documents Vibeathon Consortium. Jeez, I must be terrible at enunciating my words. Documents, Vibeathon, Consortium. Because this is old and out of date. I am going to do a project where I connect a small robot to a harness and let it run a gauntlet on it and see how far I can go and control it. Yeah, I've seen people give AI a body, or Claude a body, and that's where we're going. We're giving AI a body. I don't know what that means for humanity, but that's the direction we're going. I too want to give AI a body at some point soon. But, please propose a plan to configure this entirely on my behalf. As simple as possible, where we keep entire control over the stream. Okay, I guess I am connected over Ethernet. We just had a blip. The Mac is... So, like, if I turn this off... Wow, how unintuitive is that? I have no connection issues. I'm sitting here thinking I'm having poor latency, but yeah, the Ethernet is working just fine. All right, anyways, back to what we were doing. Yeah, this is indie print, so it actually loaded. Yeah, you can browse the whole catalog, you can customize. Like if I actually wanted to make this a final product, I'd have to clean up the customizer or the editor, but you can add it to your cart. It's not properly rendering the preview, but yeah, it's easier than ever to make stuff. It's all about like branding, marketing, style, taste. Like here's card game, Nerds multiplayer solitaire. Made this in a single shot with Opus 4.8 when it came out. Castle Clash, the full game that I made. Also plays on mobile, but we could play together right now if we wanted to. Corrosion.gg, which is my Rust clone. This was all made with Fable in one shot. Oh, I'm gonna get eaten alive by a bear. But yeah, I just gave it all of the documentation for the Rust game, and I told it, hey, copy all of the functionality, every single item from the game, all of the monuments, every single item, all the resources, all of the weapons. Really, the only thing that's missing is the assets, because I had no asset generation pipeline. But and that's where the style and the taste comes in. So, for example, I have another app called mesh.broker. Here, let me get my keyboard. So, Game Ready 3D. I think we talked about this the other day, considering you run one of these, or you're looking for a pipeline like this, rather. But let me close corrosion, get that ambient noise out of here. But yeah, you can log in. You can log in now and try it out and get a free generation while supplies last. I don't know how much credit I have in the API, but like we can go to my library and look at some of the other stuff I've generated. So the last thing we asked to generate was a pirate ship. So like, here's a pirate ship generated. This is my attempt at generating an AK-47 in the style of the Rust game. But it also generates images too. But it has text to image, text to 3D, image to 3D, and the idea is to just feed some pipeline like this into the game development. Yo, what up, Xander? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, I just realized my stream froze. It would help if let me reset that. Yeah, it would help if the stream wasn't frozen. You could actually see. So here's Mesh.Broker. I was just showing off a second ago some of the games that I was making, and really, like one of the last steps in making the game super sweet is the asset generation pipeline. So if we want to make a new 3D model, we can make a new 3D generation. We can do text to image, text to 3D, image to 3D. We'll do text to 3D, so let's make a rocket ship or something. Rocket ship. Insufficient credits. So yeah, you can go ahead and log on now. Go to mesh.broker and you can try it out for yourself. You'll get a free generation. So I can log out, log into another account. Text to 3D, a rocket ship. Alright, so it's going to go through, it's going to come up with a concept image, and then it's going to generate the mesh off of that. It's going to do the full texturing, topology, level of detail, and then export it. So this takes about a minute to run with this model. And this is just one way to do it. This is using it with specialized 3D model generation. You can also use procedural generation. Like for example, let me just go ahead and pull it up and I'll show you. Because this is pretty sweet too. I do want to show this off because this ties in directly to the corrosion game. Please locate and identify. Hello. I don't know what happened. My OBS crashed. I'm really maxing out my machine right now. I'm trying to do all this while streaming, so I'm gonna have to figure that out. But yeah, let's see the output of the rocket ship. So look, the rocket ship is finished. I don't know if you guys are reconnected or if I'm even live, but cool, I'm back. Sweet. But yeah, here's the rocket ship. So in 1 minute, it generated a rocket ship from text. So really, the sky's the limit now. This stuff is crazy, Xander, I'm telling you. Thanks, dog. Yeah, return to nature. Like, I'm so tired of being inside all the time. Set up a nice little outside office. But yeah, I gotta show you this stuff, man. This stuff's crazy. Like, what I'm working on right now is Consortium. This is my priority for the month. Okay, I have crashed yet again. So that means we are going to start pausing some stuff. Yeah, I'm still getting used to this streaming thing. This is day 3, so I've only been like trying for a week, but definitely gotta iron out some of these issues. Like earlier I had a network blip, now I'm having the stream cut out because I've overloaded my machine. While I have you here, I'll just keep doing what I was doing and tell you about Consortium. So this is the app that I'm working on for the next month. This is my agentic development environment that allows me to work with AI as efficiently as possible. So I can actually have AI agents on all of my different machines and orchestrate them remotely from any device. So really I have these machines running in my house and I'm connected to them remotely. So like I can open up a new terminal, I can access the machine, and I have root access to my machine right here. I can just, and it's all secure. It's end-to-end encrypted. So everything that you do in this client is encrypted, and then it's sent through a relay. And all of your other clients are connected to that relay. And if you have the decryption key on the other devices, oh my gosh, I know what it is. There's an AI agent that's running because it just prompted, hey, end the stream. No, I don't want to end the stream. I have an AI agent that's doing this. No, don't end the stream. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys, with alignment. It's misaligned. I don't want to end the stream. I want to keep the stream going. But yeah, I gotta show you this stuff, man. If you haven't been doing this stuff yourself, you should definitely try it out while it lasts. Make your soundscapes. Alright, I'm actually gonna kill this. I'll save the other asset generation pipeline for another time. But I can also kill this session. We figured out our network issue. Let's see. Open up the workspaces, what we're working on, what's the status of them. Alright, layout render. Okay, workspaces is still working. Yeah, so my workflow with AI, this is what it looks like. I sit here and I just manage a bunch of terminals, and it's like I'm working with a team of engineers, and I just read the reports and I make decisions based on the reports. It's like, what does the CE do all day, or CEO do all day? They make really hard decisions about the direction in which their product or business needs to go. So I have superhuman PhD level agents that can store 1 million books in their brain and regurgitate any line out of it at any moment. It's kind of like the level of intelligence. Hello? Are we back? Alright, we're back. Cool. Alright, we're back. Yeah, I know what I need to do now. Ooh, this music's loud. Let me turn it down a little bit. So, I need to get a dedicated stream server set up, not on this Mac Mini, so that doesn't happen again. We're back. Let's get back into it. Local station. Yeah, I have a server set aside. I'm going to configure to be the stream server, because this is too unreliable. Especially, I mean, I'm streaming while overloading it with like 12 dozen agents working all at once, so. Alright, here we are, we're back. It says they're all still running, which I know isn't true. I think it takes like 5 minutes for them to time out, but let's see. We're just gonna work on the development environment, make some UI changes, and push a desktop deployment. Let me open up. So I have the development environment here on the right. So all the changes that we make here on the Mac Mini. Actually, this isn't quite true. Please review all of the uncommitted work on the Mac Mini for the Consortium project in the Vibeathon folder in our documents. Yeah, my limiting factor, a lot of my limiting factor has been how my access to resources. So like when I first started trying to do this on a laptop with 16 gigs, yeah, no, it would crash all the time. It was so unstable. But yeah, the ability to add more machines and actually orchestrate between your machines really helps you break free from that limitation. So, you know, I can run a couple of the projects on local station 1, a couple of the projects on local station 2, and then orchestrate them all from my user interface seamlessly. This music still is loud. Let me turn it down. Or maybe I'm quiet, I can't tell. I'm going to turn it down a little bit. Alright, so for example, one simple change I would like to make. So this is actually running on local station 1. So all of the changes I've made on my Mac Mini, I'm going to go ahead and push over. I'm going to commit it to the Git, and then I want to pull it down on my other machine, and then we're going to continue working on local station 1. Yeah, I haven't really run any local models. I set up something on Olama when I first got this Mac Mini, and I set up an API for it so I could access it from my other apps, but I never really ended up using it because, I don't know, Claude and ChatGPT are just so cheap. Depending on what you're doing and what model you're using, that is, of course, but for like a $20 codec subscription or a Grok subscription even, and you put that into your Hermes agent, it's crazy. Like, the cost to economic output is huge. It's like definitely 10x, 100x, if you can really harness your tokens. Yeah, I think the Claude actually goes a long way. I'm going to be honest though that the $200 plan at the moment, even with the 50% increase of the usage, um, it lasts me like 2 to 3 days. So when I'm really working on it, getting at it, yeah, I need like 2 subscriptions, 3 subscriptions a week on the max plan if I'm really cranking it. But yeah, I have 2 right now, and I've just been juggling 2. Like when I first started the stream, I've already maxed out 1 for the day, so I just switched. Or a session rather. It should be up in like 2 hours. So by the time I max this one out, I'll just switch back to that one. But see, now we're at the point where we actually need to justify the expense. So by selling a product like this, if I could actually recuperate the effort that I'm putting into it, that'd be sweet. So it would be nice to have this project make my subscription self-sustaining. Alright, please identify all of the work that is uncompleted. Reference the direct implementation plan that we've documented in the repository. Please tell me the percent completion of each implementation plan. Give me a brief rundown of where they're at and where they need to be, and if this is safe to commit and push to the remote repo so we can pull it on another device and begin working. I just want to switch everything over to the other machine so we don't have to worry about crashing like that again. I don't know if you're still there, Xander, but I'm just gonna go ahead and no, I'll save it for another time. But yeah, we need to catch up on that. Yeah, I thought about what you said earlier about the way that you scrape research papers, and I've just been coming along a few research papers on my own, and like one, for example, that I saw yesterday that was posted. It was published about a year ago, but they just did a revision to it like 2 or 3 days ago, where they were simulating um, 1 billion humans interacting on a planet using agentic AI, and it was like a social simulator and like about game theoretics, about how individual actors, especially AI agents, are gonna interact amongst each other. I thought that was pretty interesting. Um, yeah, there's a lot to ingest. So, yeah, looking around is. It's always good to be looking around. Always look around the machine shop. Find the mechanisms and how you can incorporate them into your own machine. It's the Industrial Revolution, baby. But yeah, if you get complacent and you're not looking around, you'll get left behind. That's just how it goes. I kind of felt that way this morning a little bit. I was looking around at some of the other people that were doing some projects for the Vibeathon, and I was like, holy crap, This is pretty sweet. It's actually come a long way in the last 6 months. The whole build in public environment. Or we're gonna take it easy because I was like trying to go overkill there for a minute. I mean, I can handle it mentally, but apparently not physically with my compute. Um, so yeah, we're gonna take it easy, and I really just wanna get the development back over to the development machine instead of the Mac Mini. The reason I went over to the Mac Mini to begin with was to do some iOS. Uh, I wanted to test some stuff on the iOS, but then I got carried away with other features, so. Most of the time when I go on ChatGPT or Claude, like most of the time the web fetch will just fetch those Arvix papers, or yeah, the research papers. But if there's a better way to actually index them, which I think is part of what you do, because think most of the search results, like when it does web fetch, it's just searching the most SEO optimized result for the research papers. But yeah, a lot of the time I do have it do web fetch or web search. It is getting those research papers, especially if you're on like Fable 5, most definitely. Yeah, agents are pretty much going to be doing everything on the internet. I mean, as Cloudflare suggests, they predict that humans are going to be a rounding error in network traffic. The majority of network traffic moving forward in the next 5 to 10 years is going to be primarily agentic. I mean, just think of how much bandwidth agents are moving around on your behalf as it is now. Like, I don't search the web really anymore. I have the agent search the web for me. So, um, that's where we're at. Agents are going to be doing most of the interaction on the internet, which is crazy. Alright, let me see here. Workspace, responsive panels, all 5 coded, verification. Yeah, look, so we were working on 5 different things at once, 6 different things at once, which is usually how I work. So another thing that would be nice with the MCP implementation, let me actually ask. Because Claude, in the last week, they just released a feature where you can have your session context hop from one session to the other. So if I could have the project manager or the Consortium MCP take context from one session and put it into another, that'd be pretty sweet, because that's kind of what I want to do here right now. I just want to be like, alright, yeah, commit this, and then resume all of these implementations on the other session. on another machine. So please tell me all of the capabilities that the Consortium MCP currently has. Consortium. I'm gonna have it be verbose with this one and just tell me. And then otherwise, I'm gonna try and have it just do it. And see where we go. Actually, please review the Consortium session that we currently have active, reviewing all of the Git changes on the Mac Mini. We want to commit and push them, and we want to create a new session on local station 1 that's running the Consortium development environment, and then we want to resume the context from the session to complete all of the open plans that weren't completed, such as the workspace responsiveness, multi-agent deployment, provider usage remediation, the analytics remediation, the key management audit, and the provider token overhaul. Okay, well, I just switched sessions while I was doing that, and I forgot it's not going to continue transcribing my voice when you switch between sessions. That we currently have active, reviewing all of the Git changes on the Mac Mini. We want to commit and push, and we want to create a new session on local station 1. I already know that it's not going to use the Consortium MCP to do this. It's just going to use Tailscale SSH. So yeah, Kroger. Oh man, like Kroger MCP is crazy. You can order all your groceries, just tell it what you want, like from a big list. And then like one of the other projects that I have is inventory management tracking. And then you could integrate your commerce directly into it, so you can add stuff to the cart and place orders and have it delivered. It's crazy. A lot of crazy stuff. There's no limitation anymore. If you can think it, you can do it, more or less. Every once in a while there is like an actual technical limitation that will keep you from doing something, but there's always a way to work around it. So please review the actual implementation of the Consortium MCP and describe all of the features and functionalities that it provides. I know it has most of the interactions with interacting with Consortium through an MCP, but I don't think it has what I just described a second ago, where you can instantiate one session from the context of another, or pass context from one session to another. But really, we kind of just want to test the MCP. Oh, my microphone cut out. No, we're good. Yeah, that's a lot of papers to go through. 3 to 6,000. It's nuts. Yeah, I sat down and read a good amount of the the one on agent simulation with like the game theoretics, and wow, that was a lot to take in. I can't imagine taking in thousands. I found this one researcher on X. He had like no exposure whatsoever, and he just popped up in my feed one day about one of his research projects that he posted, um, in regards to AI. And yeah, it was. I was like, I wish there was more stuff like this in my feed more often. Like, this is actually thought provoking. Oh, I think the music stopped.
Why get a GoDaddy domain?
I am not sponsored by GoDaddy. Phew, that's loud. Alright, back to the Consortium MCP. In simple terms, please explain why. Actually, no. How do I want to phrase this? Let's see. Please break down all of the features and functionality that the Project Manager Consortium MCP has access to. The Mac Mini, it's the base Mac Mini. It's the M4 with 16 gigs of RAM and only 256 gigs of storage. So I'm pretty confined. But that's also why I'm trying to distribute my workload between other machines as well. So this machine has 8 gigs on it. This machine has 16. Here's the Mac Mini, 16 gig M4. Definitely could probably use some more compute, but we'll make do with what we have. So I know we talked on one of the previous streams about claws, and I do have an agents tab where you can actually interact with these agents, and the ability to instantiate a call with them.
Spawn a pen claw and on.
Okay, so this is something that we need to work on. But it's not properly configured, and also I've been overhauling the agent harness. But the intent being is that you can actually call these agents and talk to these agents. That's kind of a tangent to what you're saying there about the heartbeat workflows. because ultimately these agent harnesses are built directly on top of OpenClaw or Hermes. So like if we want to make a new profile, OpenClaw, Hermes, and then I'm making the agent harness so you can put any agent harness in here because it's always going to keep evolving and changing. I'm like there's Nemo Claw and like 2 or 3 other claw-esque agent harnesses that have come out. So the ability to make dedicated agent profiles. So the thing about the profile is, so Consortium provides cloud storage. So when you create a Consortium account, all free users, they get 500 megabytes of encrypted cloud storage. So everything that you do within Consortium is encrypted with your key and stored in this drive, and only you have access to this data with that key. So your projects are saved in here, your sessions are saved in here, encrypted, and also your agent profiles. Alright, cool. My stream's still showing. So here's the agent, here's agent number 1, and then you can actually, so like these are the files that OpenClaw makes, and it's just these files that pretty much orchestrate the agent harness for OpenClaw, and you have the ability to go into each one and actually change them. This agent hasn't been properly instantiated, so it doesn't have any of these. But then once you have your agent, like all of, if this is the entire identity of your agent that makes your agent what it is, then you can just have this secure place to store it, and then you can deploy it with one-click deploy on any of your machines, and then you can keep it in sync, up to date in the cloud. And then if you want to re-provision an agent from one machine to another, you can deploy, and you can choose to deploy the agent to any of your existing machines. You can either rent a dedicated machine through our VPS provisioning, which I don't have the catalog set up for, or then otherwise you can do on the fly, on demand compute. So like a lot of the time your agent is actually idle, so if you have a VPS that's running an agent, most people's workflows aren't running 24/7. That requires an agent to actually be running all the time. So we can use like micro VMs to spin them up and down, like within 5 seconds, up and down. And really what that looks like once you start interacting with them in the agent interface, it's just like they're away. Like it'll show an away status. And then the moment you message it, it'll just reinstantiate it and start burning compute again, instead of burning it 24/7 when you don't need the agent. So that's just like another option of like flexible cloud compute, because really we are limited by our resources. So if we can just optimize resource usage, and micro VMs are actually pretty sweet. The fact that you can throw these up and down in just a few seconds, and it can be ready. You send it a message, it wakes up, and then back to work. But I broke it in like the last week and a half trying to redo the agent harnesses. So like when we went to instantiate this call to actually call the agent,
spawn a pen claw and on.
One, it's defaulting. One, it's not properly configured. The process isn't running. And then 2, I don't have the actual real-time voice configured, so it's defaulting to the built-in text-to-speech, which sounds pretty robotic. Yeah, man, I wish I would have bought a Mac Studio before they quadrupled in prices and sold out. But let me look at the screenshot that you sent in the Discord. I gotta see this ESP32. Take a look. I mean, it depends what you're running on the ESP32. Like if you, ooh, it's a bug. It's a wasp actually just landed on me. Anyways, but yeah, it depends what you're running on the ESP32. They're really resource confined, and yeah, it's gonna probably be embedded if the ESP32 that you're running isn't running like an all-in-one operating system on it. But here, let me take a look. Oh wow, that ESP32 looks sweet. Here, I want to put it on the stream. Ha, yeah, that's pretty sweet, man. What ESP32 is this? This is a nice all-in-one unit. I'd be interesting in getting one myself, honestly. And then really, like, these hardware devices, you can do some really crazy stuff with hardware. So at some point in the future with the Consortium, being able to orchestrate your infrastructure in the cloud is one thing, but I want to get it to the point where you can actually orchestrate like networks using something like the Reticulum protocol. So you could have those LoRa devices acting as edge devices here. You could control them remotely, and you can do it through any communication medium that can do over 500 bits per second. And 500 bits per second is equivalent to someone tapping Morse code over a coax line. So if you can tap Morse code over a coax line, you can communicate over this protocol that allows you to interoperate with all of your other devices. And like another example is a LoRa communicator. If you're familiar with LoRa, you can take a $20 LoRa board, and then you can communicate over LoRa. So for example, if I had a sorry, I lost my train of thought there. But yeah, mesh networking is pretty sweet. I want to go from that's like a version 2.0, version 3.0. I think version 2.0 is finishing the group MLS encryption so we can actually make organizations so people can use Consortium together in real time. And then after that, it's the ability for people to make their own infrastructure to actually be able to communicate over. Because like part of my big shtick is privacy and security. And you can have privacy and security over lines that are controlled by proprietors. You just want to ensure that they can't actually snoop on what you're doing, which is fine, and that's why we have modern cryptography. But at the same time, they control the network entirely. They can turn the network off, they can turn the cell towers off, they can snap undersea cables if they want to. So now we live in a time where you can buy a $20 device and put something like Reticulum on it, which is a protocol that's essentially a replacement to TCP/IP, and you can build your own communication network that's equivalent to like wireless dial-up. You know, all of these devices that you purchase, the bandwidth is equivalent to wireless dial-up, and you can access them from miles away. You know, with good line of sight, you can actually go hundreds of miles. So if you live in an area that has interesting topography, you can like go to the top of a mountain, put the node on the top of a mountain, go to another mountain, go to another mountain, and you can span the entire valley and across valleys just using a multi-hop mesh networking setup. So yeah, I want to do a lot of really cool stuff, and we're just getting into it. Software is really the entry into it, and it's a means to the end. Like, I'm just trying to make some software money, building what I think is like one of the best ways to interact with AI agents and orchestrate your AI infrastructure. But yeah, no. This is just the beginning. We got a lot of cool stuff we're gonna do in the next year, and I'm gonna start documenting the entire journey. So, welcome to the beginning of the journey. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to start making some content on mesh networking. That's one of my big interests that I haven't been able to really pursue. But I think it's important that people understand like the principles of mesh networking and the fact that people can make their own infrastructure. Yeah, we got to seize the means of communication, guys. So I don't think I've heard of Project Mesh in Seattle, but I've definitely heard of NYC Mesh. And yeah, like the nice thing about these mesh networks is that you can, well, with Reticulum in particular, you can bridge any communication network. So I'm actually just going to pull up reticulum.network real quick to show you, because it's pretty cool. I gotta spell it right. Reticulum.network. Reticulum.network. I definitely recommend checking this out. Spreading the good word about Reticulum. But let me open my chat. Where'd my chat go? There it is. Yeah, so like one of the big issues, most people know about Meshtastic, but nobody knows about Reticulum. And Meshtastic was good for the time being, but ultimately the protocol, the multi-hop protocol that they use is only scalable up to about 100 nodes. So, and that's just by the way it's designed. And by contrast, you have Reticulum, which is infinitely scalable. You can actually see here it says Reticulum enables the construction of both small and potentially planetary scale networks without any need for hierarchical or bureaucratic structures to control or manage them, while ensuring individuals and communities have full sovereignty over their own network segments. So, yeah, all encryption keys are ephemeral, strong, modern encryption by default. The address space is actually just attached to your public key. So when you create an identity on the Reticulum network, your endpoint is just a key, public-private key pair, and your public key is your like destination ID. So if I was to hop on the network, yeah, I've done, this is one of, mesh networking and this kind of, yeah, I would recommend a Reticulum. I've spent a lot of time looking around, and Reticulum is the best drop-in replacement for a full networking stack that runs on the software layer that you can interoperate any communication medium you can imagine. If you can transmit 500 bits per second over it, you can communicate over Reticulum with it. So you could do like all sorts of crazy stuff. And you can even bridge over TCP IP, so you can use the traditional internet infrastructure too. So like, for example, my Mac Mini here is connected to the internet, and then I can connect a mesh networking device with a LoRa transceiver, 915 megahertz, and then I can have that running here in this little shed, and then I can take one of these $20-$30 devices, connect it to the Reticulum network, and we can bridge it through the internet. So if you were to have the exact same setup that I have, where you have a computer that has a mesh networking LoRa antenna connected to it, and you have your edge device where you can walk around in your wide area network with a LoRa device, then we're just bridging through the internet, and then we can communicate with our LoRa devices over our wide area network. So like, in theory, if I was to go walk around right now with no connection whatsoever on my phone, and I have the client on my phone connected to the communicator, which is hopping back to this Mac Mini, and this Mac Mini is bridged through the internet, and it's connected to your network, then we can communicate on our edge devices on our own resilient networks, albeit we're using the traditional internet to hop through. But yeah, you could put something there like ham radio, and depending on the wavelength that we're actually transmitting on, we could bounce signals off the ionosphere. So I could send data to you from coast to coast using radio signals, and then obviously if we have a bunch of other people in between, it makes that system much more easy and reliable to set up. So like, the nice thing about mesh networking is for every person that gets a node and joins the network, it just becomes more secure, more resilient, and it just becomes stronger the more people start participating in mesh networking. Yeah, if you want a secure Android phone, I would actually recommend getting one of the newer Pixels and putting something like Graphene OS on it. Just unlocking the bootloader and then putting Graphene OS. It takes about 15 minutes probably to get it all set up. And that just de-Googles your entire phone and hardens it. Like, I saw last week, or 2 weeks ago now, somebody was coming into the US, and they were stopped by the Department of Homeland Security, and they had a Graphene OS Google Pixel. And when the authorities asked them to open up his phone, he wiped it. He put in his SOS passphrase in, and it wiped his entire device. And now they're looking at prosecuting him for tampering with evidence. But really, this all comes down to like plausible deniability. Like, they're charging him with tampering with evidence, but they don't even know if there's any evidence there to begin with. So, I don't know. Plausible deniability is going to be tested in that case, that's for sure. But if the Department of Homeland Security can charge you for tampering with evidence when you use a kill switch on your drive, then And see, these are the kind of things that I want to talk about on, I have the system.exposed domain that I was showing earlier, and yeah, these are the kind of things that I want to talk about on that newsletter. Privacy and security is one of my big topics that I care about, so we're going to be seeing a lot more of that. Oh, I see what you're saying. So, like, once you get down the rabbit hole of, like, privacy and security, it's always going to be, like, down to your threat model. Like, so the different actors in the threat model, it's like, okay, you could be a bad actor, you yourself as an individual, and then you have the corporations and institutions, and then you have like state level actors like Mossad, NSA, MI6, and those people you're probably never gonna you're never gonna beat those people. Ultimately, because everything nowadays that's being produced has cryptographic backdoors in it. So a state agency could just access pretty much everything. Given enough resources, if you're really on their list, they'll get you. So there's like no outrunning the state actors. And then like the next level after that, the next level down is the corporations and the institutions. It's like, okay, everyone uses Google, everyone uses these AI services. More so, these AI services are ever more prevalent in data collection and training than ever before. Like, people used to be concerned about Google, but now we just put all of our information into a reinforced learning model that's taking all that data, and it's crazy. But yeah, how do you get away from that threat model? Well, you need to take care of your data, your privacy and security, and it comes with like trade-offs in your convenience. Like if you want privacy and security, you're usually trading off convenience for it. So but to your point with like secure hardware, yeah, so yeah, I think that statement, I'm not concerned about like the government knowing what I'm doing, or I'm not afraid of the government. Yeah, that's true, and that's fine until the government becomes like an oppressive regime and uses all that data against you. And they can be doing all this mass data collection now. Within the current administration, with whatever country, we can use any country for example. But with digital permanence, a lot of this data that they have on you is going to be on permanent record moving forward. So, say some really nasty people get a hold of that data and they're in charge of the state. How are they going to use it against you? And this could be 10, 15 years in the future. This is all hypothetical, but it's totally plausible that while everything is nice and stable now, what you're doing today might be used against you in the future just based on the data collection. And really, I feel like you will see this in a lot of countries that are particularly oppressive as they start to get access to mass data collection and surveillance over their constituents. So yeah, you don't have to worry now, but you might have to worry at some point. So that's my response to when I hear that kind of, because I'm not worried right now either, you know. But what happens when somebody comes in power that has a problem with what I did or my views, and there's a cultural revolution and they're trying to change the culture and they don't like me. Could happen. But yeah, back to the hardware point. A lot of these chips, they all have like physical backdoors on them. Like any processor made after 2008, 2009 has a processor on the processor. So for example, Intel chips, it's called the management engine, the Intel management engine. On AMD, it's called AMD PSP, and it's essentially a cryptographic backdoor that runs on your chip, and whoever has the key, the powers that be at Intel, can totally access your device. But there's devices like so like with a FPGA, a field programmable gate array, you can actually change the architecture that's running on the chip in real time. So you can program an FPGA to have whatever architecture that you want running on it, so that you know that there is no state actor backdoor actually running on it, because you're the one that's in control actually programming the logic gates and the architecture on the chip itself with an FPGA. So that's one way you can get around the hardware concerns. So like for example, there's this device called the precursor, FPGA. This was made by FPGA. Made by Bunny. He's like a renowned hacker. So this is what it looks like. Let me go full screen. Kind of expensive, but
most trustworthy and secure mobile device we can build today, but still useful and reasonably priced. If you're a software developer, Precursor is a great mobile platform for creating secure, Rust-based apps like crypto wallets and encrypted text and voice chat.
For the highest level of security, we'll eventually need to fab our own silicon. In the meantime, we're using 2 FPGAs in Precursor to validate our design.
Of course, since Precursor is open source, you can experiment with everything. For example, while the FPGA comes with a single RISC-V soft core, you can upgrade it to multiple cores, or even a totally different CPU you've created yourself.
If you're a hardware developer, there are 8 GPIOs in the battery compartment for adding your own modules, for example, an LTE modem. The screen, keyboard, and bezel are also replaceable. We designed Precursor with security in mind. There's no built-in microphone, the Wi-Fi is hardware sandboxed, there's a self-destruct option for some encryption keys, and you can seal it in a tamper-evident fashion.
We're not just shipping hardware to you and forgetting about it. If this campaign funds,
yeah, so this is a really good workaround to hardware concerns, and if you heard in the video, he even said at some point we're going to have to manufacture our own silicon. So, like, from a privacy and security standpoint, you have no idea what's ever really running on your chips, on your hardware, unless you design the hardware yourself. So, like, chasing the privacy and security iceberg goes really deep, and like when you get to the bottom of the iceberg, you realize that maybe I shouldn't probably use technology at all. But I don't know. Like, if you care about privacy and security, you don't have a lot of that, as much as you think. Because, like, we are all physically connected to each other. Like, you are probably like 2,000 or 3,000, 4,000 miles away from me, and we are communicating to each other through time and space. And yeah, it's people don't realize how interconnected we actually are. So, like, I am physically connected to you. whether you realize it or not. In some sense. But yeah, hardware, privacy, security, mesh networking, it's all cool stuff. Definitely going to be making some content on that in the future, showing off some cool stuff. Something I care about, and something I've been following for a very long time. And honestly, I probably should have been talking about it a lot sooner. Like 5-6 years ago, I started getting really big into this and making these devices. Should have been spreading the good word back then. But it's never too late. Now we're here. But yeah, that was my rant. Hopefully I got some good clips out of that, and hopefully you took away something from that too. But back to the Consortium MCP. Let's just take a look at all of the actual tools that we can call. So yeah, we can actually send a prompt, spawn session, stop sessions, list all of our machines, change titles. So the project manager has total control over the orchestration layer. So the prompt that I wanted to make over here, please review the existing session that we already have open and pipe the context into it. It totally could have done that. There's two ways it could have done it. It could have done it through the MCP, or it could have done it through Tailscale SSH, which is actually... I'm just going to send the prompt and we're going to see what it's going to do. It's a coin flip. It's either going to do the SSH or the MCP. So first it's going to figure out what's going on both of these machines. Create a session, end a session. Alright, let me make a new session. Let's test the project management functionality. Please review my existing projects in the Kanban. Kanban. I'm not sure if I even have one, but it'll tell me. Kanban. Yeah, really, I've kind of just mentally accepted that everything is exposed, and I've kind of just accepted it to some degree, because I'm using this AI right now, and I'm pretty much giving it my entire code base, all of my thoughts, ideas, and they're definitely training on this data. They're taking all of my sessions, all of my prompts, analyzing it, and reinforcing their model with it. There's no doubt about that. But again, I just see this as a means to the end. So use it for the tool that it is. And even from a privacy perspective, I've just given this AI model full control of my machine. It's remote code execution on this with this super intelligent being. For most developers, when they first got started with agentic development, the thought of giving an agent total control over your machine was holy remote code execution. This is a terrible idea. But most people don't care, and they just totally accepted it, and as have I to some degree. So yeah, I would recommend start getting more compute now rather than later. Reason being is because we're probably going to see shortages for the next year or two as this continues to grow in scale. I know SK Hynix out of South Korea has already announced that they're sold out for the next year, all through 2027. So, and that's like a quarter of the RAM market right there. And it's like, yeah, I have all these computers that I've been bringing out of the woodwork too, because like we need the compute. Like we're processing more information, more data than we ever have before. If you're really pushing yourself to the limit, you definitely need the room and the compute to actually be able to do it. Um, yeah, I'm not sure how the speech to text is gonna do you on an ESP32. I actually don't think native speech to text is gonna work all that well for you. Um, you're definitely gonna have to pipe the audio output to a third party service or something that's not actually running on that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's gonna be the way you're gonna have to do it with a shared setup like that. I'm gonna step away for like 2 minutes. I'm gonna get a bottle of water and a snack, and we'll get back into Consortium. I'll be right back. back, everyone. Let's see. Oh, I left my water. I'll go get it in a minute. Cool, let's get back into it. Alright, so all of the uncommitted work. We want to commit all of the work that we had in progress. And then we want to fix the divergence that we had on main. Okay, I'm surprised you're actually having good results using the model on the ESP32 itself. I'm just gonna be chilling out for like the next 5 minutes, just taking a little mental break. And we're just gonna let Claude fix these the divergence on the get. Thanks for hanging out, by the way. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Otherwise, I don't know what I would be doing. I guess what I usually do. Yeah, I do want Consortium to not only be an application, but a community. A community, excuse me. And I do think there's a lot of potential for that moving forward. Like the whole intent with the application is to be able to bring humans and agents in an organization together as seamlessly as possible. So and then if we can actually also orchestrate the physical layer too, with like physical networking, that'd be pretty sweet too. It's all part of the goal. I just think that decentralization is a pretty important principle, and when everyone has the means to run their own infrastructure, it's just better for all individuals. So it gives maximum control to the individual, and that's what matters. I'm gonna go get my drink. I left my drink in the house. I'll be right back. So I had two thoughts there while I was walking around. One of them is I need to be streaming on X. And the other one is when I walk away like that, I should probably have something more engaging going on the screen. But I don't know, even some like B-roll footage or something showing off stuff. Or like this is sponsored by Consortium. Just run my own ads while I'm AFK. Alright, we're gonna let that run because then we want to get the development over on the local station 1. In the meantime, I do want to see how we can get on. Please review my current stream configuration on this Mac Mini, and please determine how we can broadcast both on X and YouTube at the same time. Really, I already know how to do it, but I want to see if it can configure it for me without taking the stream down. This is my real question. Because I know I have to go into... Yeah, I already have an RTMP server configured. I just need to set up the key for streaming to X. Which, let me go on X because I don't even know where the streaming functionality is. I've never seen it before. Studio. Let's see. Alright, Creator Studio. Live Studio. Yep, go live professionally. This is new, I've never actually seen this. Manage sources, create a source. Create an RTMP source, yep. You all. Probably want to do US East. I think is better. Okay, there's my stream key. Cool. Alright. We're gonna have Claude figure it out. And then he'll be like, oh, I need your key. And we'll be good to go. Alright, while that does that, let's get back to this. Yeah, so please review my existing projects on Consortium. Needs to explicitly be on Consortium, I suppose. Hey, matter of fact, I think we hit our limit. I think I have to switch subscriptions. I'll be darned. Yep, we hit our limit. Resets in 2 hours. So let me switch accounts real quick and then we'll re-authenticate. One of the features, if we go to, oh, this is out of date. Models, connect to provider, detected on your machines, so Anthropic. Yeah, we need an account switcher, and that's this is the foundation of that, and the ability to switch between accounts by saving your key on your device, and then just having it switch out the config. That's on our to-do list. Let me log in so we can get back to work. Man, if my other... I don't know how much longer I have on my other subscription. I hope my session's already reset. We'll see. Alright, amazing. Let me go to machines and then terminals. Do Claude, auth, log out, Claude, auth, log in, authorize.
Achieving financial success. It's a feeling. It's that new car smell feeling.
Alright, login successful. Amazing. And just like that, we switched. We really need an account switcher to make that seamless, but let's get the music going. Cool. Alright, we're back. Please review my existing projects on Consortium. Alright, right now we're testing the MCP integration. We want to make sure that we have full control over the entire Consortium application with the MCP, so we can have agents within the Consortium interact agentically, so they can also plan projects, work on machines, instantiate sessions, and coordinate work like project managers. So, first thing I notice is I've already made it's being way too verbose. It's doing too much. It should just know from the beginning, hey, we have access to an MCP and we need to properly utilize the MCP for this request. Because right now it's kind of, from what I'm seeing, it's just throwing shots in the dark, and it should know that it has access already via the MCP. We're going to see what the output is on that, and then we're going to critique it. Alright, so it's taken longer than I expected, but hey, it finally found the fact that it has access to an MCP, so. Alright, back to the X streaming. What's needed for X? Yep, our encoder is already ready for X because I'm running a stream server on here. URL in key are both empty strings. So I think I can just pass it. Let me just clarify. All right, I'm gonna open this session. Where's my phone? I'll do it on my phone, and I can just open a session and then close it and then give it the key. Excuse me. That music got way too loud. Fix that. Okay, so my question is, can we even access the live stream studio from the mobile app? No, there is no live stream studio in the mobile app. Okay, I'm just gonna open it up in a new tab. And then I just want to verify, is it possible to I think the mic is conflicting. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Hello. AI, can you hear me? Might be using my other microphone. Mic check. Microphone check 1 2. Is the transcription working? Huh, I don't know. I walk away and I come back and the transcription's not working. The only thing I can think of is what microphone is it actually using, because I have 3 connected. And I want it to be using the microphone that I have in front of my face. Man, like when you have to get into it in the settings for Windows, Apple, it's like, it should just have a microphone button right here. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Alright, let me try my other microphone. It should be unmuted. Hello, can you hear me? Is this thing working? Is this microphone listening? Okay. Oh. I see it picking up my voice, but it's just not transcribing. Yeah, and it's this mic too. So the way that it works is that it uses the native transcription service built into Safari. The only other thing I can think of is something else is... Let me just close that X for a second. Do a hard refresh. Allow microphone. Hello, transcription. Are you transcribing? Okay, if I come over here. Hello, hello, hello. Are you transcribing? Okay, this is entirely a browser issue. I'm just gonna close. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hello? Hey, how's it going? Is the transcription service working? No, it's not. I have a feeling that if I restarted my computer, it would fix it. I feel like there's something on my stream. I don't know. I just feel like there's something conflicting with... Anyways, we'll have Claude figure it out. That's what Claude's for. Alright, back to streaming on X. Oh no, the boot disk. 100% full. Why are we full? That's not good. This might be part of my problem. Please review how much disk space we have on this machine. The voice transcription isn't working. I wonder if those two issues potentially coincide with each other. Yep, the Mac disk space is full. Am I recording right now? No, I'm not. I'm just streaming. Yeah, juggling 256 gigs is pretty annoying. So, for example, another one of the projects that I was working on, um, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't share this and I should just save it until it's done because it's a pretty good idea. But it would definitely alleviate this issue that we're having right now with storage. Um, but yeah, simply put, the premise is that you can have an MCP to access block storage remotely that you can attach to your operating system and mount it like a native drive. So then all of your agents, so for example in Consortium, um, like I really need more storage right now. So if I could go on these machines and then mount a like block storage to the drive and then have the agents be able to yeah, interact with them. Yeah, at this point, like, I think you've heard me say before. It's like ideas, like if you can execute better on them, then so be it. There's like so many ideas, but yeah, really just some way that you can have cloud storage, because I think it's like a couple cents a terabyte, or how much is it? I think it's like 15 cents a terabyte on Cloudflare. But yeah, you can just have it as a mounted drive on any of your devices, and then the agents could interact with them directly. So, I mean, it's like really no different than me downloading Google Drive and just mounting a Google Drive. It's like no different. But if you can also ensure that it's end-to-end encrypted, so if you use the same principles from Consortium to know that everything that gets uploaded to that block storage drive is encrypted, then that would be pretty sweet and a pretty clear value add to the cloud storage space. But I can't even spawn more sessions right now because I think I have like, what did it say, like 50 megs left. Yeah, juggling 256 gigs is not fun. So like right now I'm totally stuck until I clear up space. And sometimes I'll even get so stuck that I'll ask the agent to clear space and the agent's like, "No way, man. I'm booked. I can't run any more commands. I'm totally out of space. You're going to have to run it yourself, man." And that's when you know it's like, "Holy crap." So yeah, we're stuck right now. Um I really need to the more every single day that I do this, I realize something that I need to improve. So, setting up a dedicated stream server, properly configuring my end devices to stream to it. Um, I need to set up my Windows workstation so I can start doing the Windows builds. Um, what else? What else? What else? I don't know. I just gotta change my setup around a little bit and how I have it set up. I don't get it, man. Mac has Finder, But like you start using it and it's like, what the heck are you supposed to find with this? It sucks. I don't know anything about Mac, so I pretty much just use it through the terminal like I would a Linux machine. So so I just remembered I have 8 terabytes. I have two 4 terabyte drives that I need to set up. And I have the enclosure for them too. So I'm gonna set up my dedicated stream server. I'm gonna set up one of the 4 terabyte drives in that, and then on. So I actually have another 256 gigabyte external SSD here, but that's also loaded up as well. So that doesn't help. So I need to get everything on that external drive, off of that drive, onto my 4 terabyte drive on my other device. And it's like, these are the silly things that you have to deal with, you know? Like, this is all part of development, is dealing with your infrastructure. So, like, how are you actually going to get stuff done? I'm trying to run the disk utility, but it's just like loading disks. I think I'm really maxed out. I think I probably have less than a gig on my machine available. And the only thing I can think of deleting right now is my old VODs that I have. Otherwise, I might just end the stream here in a few minutes and reconfigure some stuff, or just keep hanging out, either or. I feel like okay, so I have 90 gigs free on my portable drive. It's actually more than I thought. The iOS simulator is using up 20 gigs alone, so we could clear that up. I'm just gonna do that, and we can resume the iOS simulator once I get the storage constraints fixed. So please clear the iOS simulator to save us 17 gigs. It only takes a minute to rebuild it anyways. And really it's just provisioning all that space and taking that up for no good reason, so. And it probably very well say, oh no, sorry, I can't do that. I'm totally out of space. I can't even write any commands. Yep, as I was saying, I think it wants me to do it manually. Yeah, every bash call still fails. I actually think this is why the transcription stuff is having an issue too. Yeah, this is pretty brutal. Like, I should not be wasting any time right now trying to allocate space on my machine, because this is just impeding my actual work that I need to be doing. So. Alright, so I'm going to have to open a terminal and run each of these one at a time, because there's not a lick of space for it to do anything. Haha, no space left. I can't even run this command. Alright, I'm just gonna delete all of them. Xrun Simulator control, delete all. No space left on the device. Alright, let me try the actual folder with the cache on it. Yes, delete all. Okay, I think that worked. Let me... No space is left on the device. Yes. Delete all 4 files. Drive data. Yep, that should be it. Okay, delete all. Alright, that worked. I should have space now. Let me try the transcription. Hey, how's it going? Wow, would you look at that? Yeah, my storage issues were also causing the transcription issues. Alright. Please review how much space we have cleared, and then propose the plan to proceed what we were doing. Oops. Got my stream. Cool. 8 gigs free. We're really constrained here, but it's better than nothing. We can keep working. Let's get back to streaming on X. Is it possible for you to start streaming on X without taking the YouTube broadcast down? We are currently streaming, and we just want to start streaming on X without taking down the live stream. I don't see why we need to take down the stream. Oh, well, it says it's only going to cause a 3 to 5 second drop, which... Cool, but yeah, it can do it anyways without restarting. Man, how long have I been streaming for? What time is it? 2:20. I think I started at like 10. just the X credentials. Just need the stream key and I'm just gonna paste it in here recklessly. And then I'll just control this session on my phone so nobody can see it. Whoa, Anthropic is raising prices on Sonnet 3.5. I mean Sonnet 5, excuse me. Jeez. Anthropic is raising prices by 50% August 31st. So this is one benefit of having a model agnostic workflow is that I have total control over my own environment, and when a provider like that decides they want to change how they're doing things, you're not directly impacted. I mean, as long as there's other competition available, I can just switch. So like when they removed programmatic usage on Claude, I just switched to Codex to do all of my agent harness orchestration programmatically with Codex, and also Grok. So anyways, back to that. Let me set this over here. Creator Studio. Let me get my key. I'm gonna be live streaming on X. It's gonna be cool. New live stream. Yeah, and if you haven't followed me on X already, it's always appreciated. And if I can follow you back in any means, just let me know, by all means. Alright, manage sources, key. It's a really short key. Cool. Then I think I might be streaming on X here in a second. Yeah, I don't know. I think X is kind of sweet. More so just in the fact that it's like the public square of the internet. It's kind of how it comes off. I mean, there's lots of social media platforms, but this one is... I don't know. I don't really care for social media in general, but just seeing what people are doing on X is interesting. Pretty much. That's about it. because that's where pretty much anyone that's doing anything real or meaningful, I mean, they're either documenting it on YouTube or talking about it on X. And I mean, if they're making posts about their stuff on Reddit, or that's kind of just like, I don't know. I don't think anyone actually seriously engages on Reddit. That's a product builder. They kind of just like drop their advertisement and leave, because the community on Reddit isn't really one in which you want to engage with. I don't think. I don't know. Alright, cool. We can kill this session because we fixed the transcription service by fixing our space. I fixed the issues with the space. Please continue. Yeah, this is also true. Like, whenever I go to other social medias, I'll just see screenshotted X posts. So pretty much on any social media that you're on, you're just gonna see other people referencing tweets. So yeah, like the network effect of X is so big that you don't even have to get on X to be exposed to it, which is also interesting. Because yeah, people just screenshot tweets and then put them on like Facebook and Instagram and Discord or YouTube. Exactly. How much agent metadata do I keep? Well, one, I'm not concerned about it. And what I mean by that is I don't really consider that, but from like the actual relay perspective, there is some metadata about your sessions and your agent sessions that are transmitted, but that's solely to be able to like all I see is a session ID or an agent ID, and that's only so it can actually coordinate and orchestrate stuff in the user interface, because if it just saw solely blobs, then you couldn't actually do anything. But so there is some metadata associated with the stuff that goes through the relay. But if you are concerned about the metadata that's being collected by a relay for whatever reason, because ultimately it doesn't really matter, because it's just the fact that a session exists, the fact that a session was just instantiated, ended, etc. I mean, that is metadata that people could do, like, I don't know, like pattern analysis on it. And if that's a concern, you can just host your own relay. So, but most people don't really care. So, like, one of the biggest challenges about the Consortium app is the trade-off between security and convenience. And I'm trying to make it so by default, as people, I want it to be as simple as possible to the point where I can be like, hey, to some random stranger in public, hey, you should download my app. It's called Consortium. All you have to do is download it, and you can get started immediately with secure AI agentic workflows. And it'll be like, AI, I heard about that. What's that all about? and then I just make it as simple as possible for people to actually get started. So, like, when you first show up on Consortium for the first time, you are presented with just this looks like ChatGPT, and there's like already a billion people that use these kind of GPTs. So, and if you go and you look at any one of them, they pretty much all have the same structure. So, making it as easy and seamless for an end user to actually be able to get on and start using the application while having the privacy and security trade-offs. Like, for example, I make it as easy as possible to get generated, or get started. So when you first create your account for the first time, it generates the key for you, and then I prompt you. I say, hey, would you like to save your key with the password and wrap it and store it in the cloud? Because most people, they can't manage or handle their own keys, and I don't blame them. So one way to alleviate that is managing the key for them, but we can't have access to the key, otherwise we have access to everything. So we have them encrypt it with a passphrase that they can remember. So when you first sign up for the first time and it prompts you with that, set up your passphrase, your backup passphrase. That's so you can unlock your account with your key. You can continue without unlocking, but everything that you've done before will be encrypted and you can't access it. So, but in regards to, sorry, that was a little bit of a tangent about the metadata for Consortium, but personally, everything, like when you use Claude, Claude has its own memory system, and it's constantly updating its memory, and it's writing files into its memory, and it updates that on its own. So more or less, I just keep memories for every project, and as you continue to do stuff with Claude, it builds a memory and context over time. And really, that's the only metadata that I keep in regards to what you're actually asking about. But whatever Claude writes to memories and whatever I explicitly document. But are you on it right now? So a card, for example, I don't know if you're reading. So like what we were doing right now is we're trying to get the Consortium MCP. We're just making sure we're doing a function check on the Consortium MCP to make sure that we can actually have agents interact with this entire application. So like at some point we can talk to an agent and be like, hey, check the projects. So for example, I'll just make one manually and then we'll review the findings that it had. So this is project 1. This is really just project management. So like when I first started doing agentic development, development in general, everything that I would do would be through this kind of format where you have cards, and you can view cards in multiple formats. So like calendar view, you can do a Gantt chart view, you can track the progress of the entire project. So for example, you can make a new card. Really this is bare bones to what let's see. Let's see if I can get into this. This is an old project of mine. Yeah, no, it has the mind. Disregard that. But anyways, you can make cards. So this is an example of a card, and this can be like a bug or a feature or whatever it might be. You can add a description to it, change the state, add a date, due date, description. You'll be able to assign an agent directly to it or start a session from the card. You can audit everything that's happened with the card. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad Consortium's working for you now. So like if let's see, if you're on Linux or Mac, it'll work just fine. If you're on Windows, the daemon's not going to work at the moment because I got to fix it. But if you wanted to install the daemon to actually be able to control your machine, like if you're on a Linux machine or a Mac machine, and you have npm installed, you can just open a terminal. You do npm install -g Consortium, and that will install the latest version of Consortium. I need to run it as sudo, but and then once you have that installed, you run Consortium. I can go ahead and run that because I have it installed. You run Consortium, and it'll ask you to authenticate with the web. I'm already authenticated, but it will pop up in your browser. It'll ask if you want to connect your device, and you just hit yeah, and you're connected to your device. And depending on what agent harness you're using, I'm not sure what agent harness you're running at the moment, but the ones that we currently support, so like if you come here and you hit new session, you'll be able to select your machine that you just added, and then you can select the directory that you want to start out of, and then you can select your AI agent, which is your agent harness, and the ones that we have support for at the moment would be Consortium, which is actually built in. So if I come here and I type in Consortium code, Consortium code. So Consortium actually comes with a CLI tool built into it. Add machine fails. So like these are the rough edges that I need to get sorted over the next month. So like in my mind, I have a couple ideas as to what the issue could be. One is that if you don't have your key set, so here, let me show you. Yeah. So one thing I was working on last night was I'm getting ready to open source this, or I'm preparing the repo to be open sourced and released to the public. And one of the things I was working on last night was the documentation. So in the future, if people have issues, okay, yeah. So catalog temporarily unavailable. As it stands, the add machine button right here, if you're on the browser, this catalog is VPS plans that you can buy directly from me, but I don't have it configured right now. But if you don't have a machine already, you'll be able to purchase a machine at a competitive cost. It's a little bit more expensive than Hetzner, but cheaper than Vultr. So it's a nice middle ground, and it's pretty much one-click deployment. When I have the key configured, and all the plans are properly priced. You'll be able to just click, select your location, select your specs on it, and provision it just like that. And it'll just charge your account as a subscription. Absolutely, you need to RTFM. You need to read the manual before you do anything. I totally agree with that. But yeah, through the browser, the add machine button, this button is only for purchasing a machine if you don't already have one. If you want to add your own machine, then that's when you run npm install -g to globally install it, and then Consortium. And then that installs the daemon on the machine. So, which is the service that you see here. So this is the daemon that connects to the machine. So these are all connected to the daemons npm install -g Consortium. And then you run Consortium, and then it'll ask you to authenticate through your browser. And then you just hit approve in the browser, and then it'll authenticate the daemon to your account that you created on the web browser. And then otherwise, some of the other features of installing the Consortium daemon in the CLI is that, like, if you don't already have a agentic tool or agent harness, I provide one to you called Consortium Code. So you can just run Consortium space code and then start using. It's just an open code fork, but it gives me control over it, and it lets me bundle it into the application. But yeah, for most people, like if I'm targeting people that have no technical experience, the fact that I can just bundle in something like Consortium code, so everything is just all-in-one install to get started. Ideally, if your product is good enough, it should be as simple as possible to get started. Like, intuitively, you clicked add machine, thinking, oh, this is how I add my machine. But no, it's actually me just trying to resell you a machine that you can add. But yeah, I don't have any information here as to how you can actually add your own machine, which is kind of a problem. But if you go to the GitHub, it tells you. So github.com/consortium.ai/consortium. I gotta get my SEO optimization up. I should be showing up right now. It's like literally my direct link, but I'm not showing up. Consortium AI/consortium. I'm Googling my exact URL and I'm not showing up. That's pretty pathetic. Alright, well, here's the URL. It's 6 months old. This repo. Yeah. So like here, I'm just gonna drop the repo. This is 6 months old, and we've made a lot of changes since. But this is a breakdown of how it works. So it shows you have your machine running the CLI, and it encrypts everything. It sends it through the relay server that's being run, and then you're running the client that decrypts it locally. So it gets encrypted, sent through a relay, and then decrypted with the same key on another device. So that's what lets you access it. All of your devices from anywhere is through that zero-knowledge relay. And then it kind of gets down into the cryptography and the threat model in here. which I've even further documented in the Consortium pre-release repo that I'm working on to overhaul it and then re-release it. Yeah, and yeah, going back to the original point, it's like that your application should just be seamless enough to the point where everything's intuitive to where you don't have to read a manual. Like, you should just be able to click add machine and so like a lot of my like what I was saying the other day is some of the most valuable feedback that you're going to get is from people actually using your application, because as you use and build your own application, you become blind to the user experience, because you're the one building it, you know all of the ins and outs, but when you have somebody with a fresh context come into place and actually try out the application from a fresh perspective, it can be a totally different outcome. So to watch people interact with your application, yeah, it's very valuable. It gives you a lot of really good feedback. Like, and just the fact that you mentioned that gave me feedback, you know, like I need to do something right here. So, please make sure that all of our uncommitted work is properly committed on main on the remote. Make sure there are no conflicts or issues. Please make sure that everything merges properly and we don't lose any of the work that we started today. And then please write a document to orchestrate the continuation of all of the remaining plans. We need to document the status so we don't lose our work and have a reference to continue from. Okay. So like when you first get on Consortium, I make it as simple as possible. So like you actually don't have to add a machine at all. For example, so like you can see I have a cloud machine here. Like a good amount of the user base, like most people that actually use ChatGPT aren't using ChatGPT agentically. They're just using the chat LLM wrapper in the web. It's not actually doing any tool calls or doing anything. And if it is, it's being done on a sandbox on your browser. So either that or they're doing a remote sandbox. Either or. It depends on what tool or agent harness or provider you're actually using, but some of them do it through sandbox in the browser, and others just do it as a dedicated compute sandbox that they're providing. And those are really the people that have the compute to provide. But a cheap way to do it is just sandboxing directly in the browser. But yeah, you have a cloud. So I provide a free cloud model that you can use and a cloud session, so we can just talk like you would to ChatGPT. Only except I can't do it on this local environment that I have, but if I switch over to consortium.dev, on production, you can see I can just start a session with a cloud session immediately. Yeah, I get it. Um, and it's really hard to put yourself in the mindset of a user a lot of the time, or like reset from fresh context, or like think about things from first principles, or the end user that's never considered your application before. So, but then yeah, once you're on Consortium and you have access to the cloud agents, the cloud agent actually has MCP access. So we can say something like, please review my existing Consortium projects with the project manager MCP. Okay, so for example, I was more verbose that time because I wanted to directly call the MCP, which it did, and its reasoning on it, it found the projects, which I just have one. Yeah, ideally people just start here. Like, so I had a landing page that used to explain like what Consortium is and what Consortium does. Um, but like, there's already a billion people that have interacted with ChatGPT before. So I'm like, when you go to ChatGPT's website, it's ready when you are. You know. Um, it's like, ask us anything. Ready when you are. And I'm kind of just trying to like funnel people in. So like now if I go to consortium.dev on production unauthenticated. So like what's the first thing that you want to do? You want to ask the AI something. So it's like, "Hello, AI." Oh, you got to log in to actually use it. So then you log in. I don't have my Google Auth, but you've already done all this, you know. But yeah, I'm trying to make it seamless as possible, but it just takes more people using it and giving feedback like yourself. And then I have, if people do have issues while using Consortium, there's a support button right here at the bottom, right above the logout. So you can, if if you run into something that you think is unintuitive, or you're having an issue, or something's just genuinely not working, you can just create a new ticket, and then I get a notification instantly on my phone. So wherever I am, whenever you send it, I'll get a notification. And one of the things on the to-do list is integrate this into an agent that takes your feedback and starts like doing a brief on it. So the agents are more proactive to the point where I actually don't have to sit down and read these support tickets. I'm just orchestrating the agents on the heartbeat of the support tickets that are coming in. And they just give me a daily briefing on all of the support tickets, and they already have identified the root of the issue, if there is one, and how to resolve it. And it's just a matter of approval. I have something like that set up a for Sentry. On my Sentry configuration, I have an agent tapped into it that reads all the logs, and it finds any issues and proposes the resolution for them. But I need to do the same thing for the support ticket system as well. Tap it into that. Yeah, it really could be simple enough to the point where you can be like, hey Claude, hey AI, just set up Consortium, and it'll do it for you. You don't even have to ask. I can just give you the documentation, and it'll do it all for you. It will, as long as you have an account and you've logged in for the first time and you're authenticated in the browser, I could just give you like a setup prompt. Um, because like all you need to do is install the daemon. So, and then once you have the daemon installed and what the we'll just leave it there. Please explain what Consortium is and what we can do. But yeah, once you're authenticated, you have the MCP, so you can tell it to do anything. You can be like, make a project, start a session, orchestrate an agent. I am partially assuming that some power users that already have, like, there's layers to this. Yeah. Yeah, most people, like, if you don't even know what an MCP is, you wouldn't even have the thought of doing something like that to begin with. Like, if you don't know what an MCP is, you're definitely not asking an AI agent to do it for you. So, um, but like, really, when you think of like, when I reflect on my own experience of getting started with AI in agentic development, how did I start? You know, it was just talking to a session. You know, I talked to a single session, and then um, you know, like when ChatGPT first came out, it had no agentic tool use. It was just like a raw LLM that would spit stuff out of its neural net, and that's what you had. Uh, and you're using it back then, and you're like, oh, only if it could access the web. You know, its data set was trained up until 2021 or whatever, and it has no recent information. And you're like, ah, only if I could access the web. And you know, then people start grasping the concept of like actual agents that have agency and can do tool usage, and then eventually you're like, oh, I can run one session now. Now I want to run like multiple sessions. How can I set it up in like a workspace so I can run all my sessions side by side? And then you get workspaces. And you're like, okay, well now my agents need storage and the ability to access storage. And then like I think most people, as long as they're talking conversationally to Consortium, I think uh, you'll naturally figure out that an MCP exists. Because like when I imagine that someone, when they start using Consortium, one of the first things they're going to say is like, hey, let's make a new project. And it'll be like, okay, we'll use the Consortium MCP and we'll make a new Consortium project for you. The MCP, clear enough, I think people will naturally and intuitively come around to this. Like, even if you don't know it today, if you start interacting with it over time, you'll get it. And I think that's pretty much everyone's journey with AI is you start slowly but surely, because a lot of this isn't actually intuitive at first. So you just got to start doing it, and then you'll figure it out. That's my opinion on AI. Like, I can show you all these shortcuts and like when I first found out about Claude, and Claude Code, and I was teaching others how to use it, I made them suffer a little bit because, like, I had to suffer. And you probably should have to suffer just a little bit in order to appreciate what is actually being provided to you in some regard. So, like, for example, when I was using ChatGPT back in the day, everything I would do is like prompting ChatGPT and then copying and pasting it into IDE. And before Claude Code was a thing where you could do that agentically, I was using just Claude in the web browser, and they actually had the Git connector at the time, but it sucked. So I just kept copying and pasting. Reason being was because the context limit, the window was so small, you couldn't actually do anything meaningful. So you had to break it down into like really tiny chunks and be really deliberate about the code that you were actually working on. So like when I was showing people Claude, I was like, I made them do it the hard way. I was like, you're gonna sit there and you're gonna copy and paste line by line just like I did, because you need to know, like, you need to appreciate Claude Code. And then once I got that, I started showing them Claude Code, and a lot of this stuff you just come to like natural intuition as you start interacting with it. So that's my ramble. That's my rant on that. But yeah, it is definitely my job as the person that is making this application to make it as seamless as possible for the end user. That is entirely my responsibility. And if someone complains or has issues about the user experience, like, that's totally on me, and I accept it. And I will take your critique and genuinely consider it. And that's my perspective on that. But yeah, it's like totally my fault if the end user has a terrible time, because I'm the one that designed it. And if I didn't consider any edge case that a user might be running into, then yeah, totally my fault. Please let me know. So, oh. Yeah, if I had to bet, I would say, yeah, my bad. My bad. Let me not get philosophical. Let me, Alright, well, this consortium code isn't working. I have an idea as to why. I think it's using an old key. Alright, let's get back into it. Whoa, am I on X? I have no idea if I'm live. Oh wow, I am. Okay. My source is live, and then I can create my live stream. So let me just copy my live stream name. Day 3 of Vibe Coding an AI app live. Let's see. Alright, go live. Cool. Post live stream on X. Cool. Your post was sent on X. What's up, X? Welcome to day 3 of Vibe Coding and AI Up Live. Oh, gosh, the feedback causing me to stroke out. Hearing myself with a delay. Cool. Alright, well, we're on X. That's really good. That was something I was meaning to do. Let's see, how do we how do we interact with the chat on X? Live studio. Live chat. Cool. Now I just need like a bridge between the two so people can like cross communicate. Yeah, let me ask that. First, let me clear this context because I don't want my key getting leaked. So clear. Please review our current stream setup and consider how we can configure a bridge to bridge the YouTube chat and the X chat. For X. Okay, well. Hey, maybe maybe I could be like the Bob Ross of vibe coding. You know, just make happy little apps. Happy little apps. Just beat the devil out of it. It's not about where we're going. It's about the journey along the way. Or something like that. Or I turn into an ASMR channel. Hey guys. Welcome to B-Walls. ASMR. Vibe coding channel. Yeah, key management on while live streaming is definitely a challenge. You pretty much have to, well, at least I prefer to just leave all of the heavy lifting with keys off stream so I don't have to worry about it. Cool. Yeah, and another thing about streaming on X is that the algorithm actually supposedly favors people that are making original content, and live streaming is one of those. So supposedly, if I'm live streaming on X, I should get more exposure. Yep, I'm live now on X, so here's my X. I have the Summer Vibeathon pinned, and let me restart the music. And then here we are live now. Nobody's watching us, but that's fine. Oh, I can boost my visibility. Let's see what that all is about. Oh, wow. I can... Alright. We want men 18 and up. If we spent $10 a day, we would get so like if you consider your X impressions to have monetary value, $10 will get you about, we'll say on average, 10,000 impressions. So 1,000 impressions for $1. It seems to be the advertising rate to boost your post on X. Whereas if we go and we look at my Creator Studio and go to my analytics, you know, I got 5,000 impressions on Friday, 850 Saturday and Sunday, and I haven't posted anything today, and I got 329. And really, since they've changed the algorithm, so in the last 7 days, I've gotten $10 worth of natural impressions, which is like exposure to my personal brand. If we zoom out though and we go to the last 3 months, when I first started, there's a big difference between when I first started and now. And ultimately, I think it's due to the changes that have happened with the algorithm. So if we can zoom in here a little bit, maybe. No. But we can see I have this huge spike here on Saturday, June 13th, and this was actually the Fable 5. The day that they banned Fable 5, everyone had lost access, but for some reason I still had access like 30 minutes after everyone, and I posted a picture of me still having access to Fable, and yeah, they got a few 100,000 impressions. Just the fact that I had access to Fable. But so my strategy during this time, you can see like I'm getting 34,000 impressions, 13,000, 493,000 impressions on that day, 23,000, 16, 8,000, 8,000, 6,000. So every day I was getting, you know, if we're using that same number before, like $10 worth of advertising and just natural impressions. But I stopped posting here for about a month, and you can see my impressions absolutely tanked. More so, my engagement technique during this period of time was also considered artificial engagement, because what I was doing to get these numbers was I would see what was trending, and I would make my own personal opinion based on what's trending. So like we can go on my X, back to my X, and we can see some of these posts and what this might look like. So you can see, let me go back to that original post. You can see a lot of my posts are just commentary on what's happening in the AI space. So like I got 7.1 thousand impressions on this one. Got 184 on that. That did terrible. I got 15,000 impressions on this one. And it's because the flock cameras are becoming a pretty hot topic right now, because people are waking up to the surveillance state around them. And the fact that I can just go and I can make an opinion, like they call them flock cameras because they think we're sheep. And then I go and I just post this on all relevant trending flock posts, and you know, I'll get like a few hundred impressions on each post, but eventually it all adds up to almost 16,000 impressions. And that's really my strategy, is I try and come up with a relevant opinion on some topic, and then engage with other people that have a much larger following, posting their opinions. But I got a little too aggressive with that back here, to the point where I actually got banned I got flagged for engagement manipulation, and they banned me, and I had to appeal. So I got taken off of X for about a week for being way too aggressive with the strategy in the beginning. Way too aggressive in the beginning, but it's playing the algorithm is definitely a challenge. So like, here was that week. This was like 2 weeks. I got 600,000 impressions doing this strategy where I just follow all the trends. So like my day, first thing in the morning when I wake up, not the first thing in the morning when I wake up, but one of the first things I do was see what's trending, see what's going on in the news, because this is relevant. So Cloudflare predicts AI agents will dwarf human traffic. So then I go here, and then, oh, Elon Musk just made a tweet about internet traffic will vastly exceed human usage. I got 7.3 million impressions. And personally, I have an opinion on this, and I've already posted it on X. And it's kind of a meme, so we'll just go here and go to my profile. Yo, I got one viewer on X. What up, my one viewer? Okay, so, hi, I'd like a wake-up call. Soon there will be more robots than humans on Earth. So that's kind of relevant, because there's going to be way more AI agent traffic than there will be humans. So I've already posted this August 3rd. I could use some more engagement, so let me go back to the news. Cloudflare predicts AI agents will dwarf human internet traffic. Elon Musk, 22 hours ago, 7.3 million views. So then I'll come here and I'll post it. I'll hit paste, and then I'll also come up with like some other comment that complements that. So I'll say something like, "Are you ready? Because are you ready for when there's a world where there's more robots than humans? Because I don't know if I am. Are you?" So then it's like kind of thought-provoking, and it's kind of a funny meme, and it's like tangentially related to this post. So some people might find it relevant, they might find it interesting, and I don't know. That's my rundown on how to get brain. So, like, just being on the algorithms and tuned into the algorithm and like trying to keep up with trends is tedious, but like that entire system that I just showed you could totally be automated. Like, there's no reason that I should actually have to think, but you just have to keep dealing with all of these bad actors that are trying to abuse your platform. Just that. Abuse your platform. Just that. And especially with the X algorithm being open source, I'm not sure if it's like inconsistencies that we've had throughout the stream don't keep occurring, and then yeah, I'll get back to it.